but then I'll explain it. Okay, item 17 is a vacation for some roadway easements, some driveways and utility easements for an industrial development, El Campo and Lamont. We reviewed it. We are recommending approval. Item 18 is a vacation project for Project Foghorn down off of Owens and Las Vegas Boulevard. This is also vacating a large utility easement and basically driveways located both on Las Vegas Boulevard and Woodward. The applicant will dedicate new driveway locations and easements as they develop their site, and we are recommending approval of that item as well.
Commissioners, item 19 is TMAP 07-2020. Ann and Simmons. The applicant is requesting a single lot commercial tentative map on 4.21 acres. It's located at the southeast corner of Ann Road and Simmons Street. Currently, the site is undeveloped. It will be developed with commercial uses. However, those have not been identified at this time. There is a proposed emergency access through the site to the south for the adjacent multifamily development that was recorded with the parcel map. Staff is recommending approval. Item number 20 was continued, and item 21 is ZOA 02-2020 short-term rentals. We are proposing to amend Title 17, the accessory use table, and the definition section to allow for the operation of short-term rentals in residential zoning, subject to requirements and approval of conditional use permit. Staff did work with the industry to come up with the requirements for this ordinance. We worked with Councilman Black and Councilman Barone, along with various city staff and the industry. There are requirements for the approval. I won't go through all those requirements now. I'll do that during my presentation. They will have to have noise monitoring equipment. They will have to meet separation requirements. We have also added a definition for short-term rentals and for a commercial center. We are recommending that the zoning ordinance be amended to incorporate this language, and we're recommending to be forwarded to City Council with a recommendation of approval.
All right, thanks, Amy.
Hey, Ken, this is Steve Schultz. Can I ask you a question?
Ask me or ask staff?
Well, that's what I want to know. Can we discuss some of this now, or?
So if you have questions, I'm okay asking the questions here, but my overall preference is that we get them on the record. So does that make sense?
I can wait.
But if you have questions that you want Amy to add to her, add to her presentation, or, I would say get those questions to her now so she can add them.
Well, I have, I live in an HOA. I think quite a few of it's Mike, and it seemed like some of it wasn't, some of the proposals they have on this ordinance didn't take into consideration the HOA's needs as far as not allowing things like this.
Right. So, Amy, do you want to speak to that, and then I can add to it?
Sure. Commissioner Shope, we do, there is a portion, it's called a Good Neighbor brochure that the short-term rental operator has got to mail out within 200 feet of where the short-term rental is operating. We also added in, per Councilman Churchill, we added in that they are required to notify their HOA or property management company. If the HOA or property management company does not allow for short-term rentals, then they can not allow them in their neighborhood. However, that becomes between the HOA and the operator of the short-term rental. But HOAs can deny the use of a short-term rental within their HOA.
And so here's my problem. We deny it as an HOA, but they go ahead and put it in anyway. We can fine them maybe $100 at a time, but they're making $3,000 when they rent the property out for the weekend. So how do we stop them from moving into HOAs and doing whatever they want?
Again, that's between the HOA and the homeowner. That's a private agreement. It's outside of an ordinance.
All right.
I mean, that's been, look, I mean, we can discuss this on the record out there or on the next call. You know, and obviously feel free to vote your conscience on this one. But, you know, at the end of the day is we set the minimum standards. It's kind of like for those of us who live in Aliante and have two, or if you live in a place where you have two HOAs, the Master Association sets minimum standards, and then your individual HOA can set even more stringent standards.
Right, but we're limited on how much we can fine, but according to NRS. So if they want to go ahead and pay the fine and put in a Airbnb and then make money on it that way, they're just thumbing their nose at the HOA pretty much. Living in Aliante, you don't have to worry about it because it's restricted in your area. So, but the rest of us don't live in an HOA, it could be a problem. I mean, live in Aliante or Tule Springs or I forget the other area, but it could be a problem for us.
Okay. I think that when looking at overall policy is we can't, you know, we don't get into what the agreements between private parties, which is essentially what an HOA is.
And I can appreciate that. I just think there needs to be a little bit more information on what they can do. I mean, what I'm saying is I don't think it's fair that we should have to bear this burden. Everybody that moved into our HOA didn't want that. It's supposed to be single-family residential. We'd have to have a vote. There's just all kinds of problems that's going to come our way because of this ordinance. I think it needs to be restructured.
Okay, so I look forward to having that conversation on the record. The only other question I have for you guys is, you know, I'm thinking on probably, I'm hoping more people who are going to call in on the apartments call in during the first public forum, because that's where it's most appropriate. But in talking with Catherine and Andy, because the phone number is listed there, if people do call in, I'll allow it, even though it's not a public hearing. Do we want to limit public comment? Do we want to limit public comment to something other than 3 minutes if there are a lot of people?
What's a lot?
I would say more than 10.
Yeah.
I
would say 2 minutes.
The city clerks is going to hang up on this call, but it is on the agenda that we're doing 3 minutes. We're going to hang up so that we can go into the other call. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. If it's published on the agenda, we.
Welcome to Google Meet. Enter the meeting pin followed by the... Thank you. You have joined the call, but you are the only one here.
You're logging them in? Yeah, I'm going to do that. Oh, okay. One phone number is brass.
You have joined the call, but you are the only one here.
Hello, it's Catherine who just joined us.
Hey, Catherine, you have Chairman Kraft.
Thank you.
Justin Barrett's here as well.
Thank you, Justin. Who just
Looks
joined
like,
us? Is that Steve?
we've got Commissioners Warner and Armstrong have joined.
Okay, thank you.
We've got Robert and Amy.
Okay.
Hey, Jane, before we get started, would you like to lead us in the pledge tonight so it's not just me? You're muted, Jane.
Yes, I'd love to. I don't have a flag. You have George. Okay, I pledge allegiance to the flag.
Well, we're not there yet.
Oh, sorry.
Do we have, looks like we've got all the commissioners. Do we have staff yet?
Is Andy on?
I don't see Andy yet.
I'll just
I
wait
see
for
Amy and Mark and Robert.
So I think we should wait for Andy.
I'm here now.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, Andy. Marie is still logging you all in to be able to vote.
Okay.
You can use both monitors, right? If you wanted to. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Are we ready to roll? Yeah. Marie is ready, so we have a quorum.
All right. I don't see Andy on the line yet.
I thought I heard him.
Andy, are you with us?
I'm here, Chairman.
Right, Amy, I see. I'm talking about
Andy Moore.
Andy Moore.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Just straight too far off the rails. All right, let's get started. I'd like to call the September 9, 2020 North Las Vegas Planning Commission meeting to order. Madam Clerk, are we in compliance with both the open meeting law and Governor Sisolak's directive?
Chair Kraft, we are in compliance with open meeting law and the directives of the governor.
Okay. Commissioner Armstrong will lead us in the pledge. Jane, you're muted. Jane, you're on mute.
Okay, here we go. Here's the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice
for all. All right, thank you. All right, we are coming up on the first of two public forums. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody on the line for this first public forum?
Hold 1 second. We just had the councilman arrive. We have no one calling for the first public forum.
Okay. All right, so with that, I will go ahead and close the first public forum. Director Jordan, do we have any changes to tonight's agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do have one change to the agenda. The applicant for item 20 is requested to continue that item to the October 14th agenda. Otherwise, there are no other changes.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the agenda as with the changes. Commissioner Greer.
Okay. We have a motion from Commissioner Greer to approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on. The consent agenda and approval of Planning Commission regular meeting minutes of August 12th, 2020. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve of the August minutes.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Greer to approve the August meeting minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, moving on to business.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, item number 3, AMP 08-2020, is a request for an amendment to the Comprehensive Master Plan land use element from the single-family medium to the neighborhood commercial. The proposed amendment is for approximately 1.22 acres located at the northeast corner of Cary Avenue and Revere Street. When reviewing the proposed comprehensive plan amendment, the location of the site is on a arterial Cary Avenue, which is a 100-foot right-of-way, and a major collector, Revere Street, which at this point is a 60-foot right-of-way. That is an appropriate location for the neighborhood commercial land use. The neighborhood commercial land use is for less intense retail commercial uses that support the adjacent residential areas. Therefore, based on the location criteria in the comprehensive plan and the proposed site, we are recommending approval of the amendment to the comprehensive land use.
All right, so do we have an applicant for number 3? Or do we have anybody on the line for item 3?
Yes, we do. We have a caller. Hello, caller. State your name and address for the record.
Yes. Good evening, council members. This is Kerry Lefton, and my address is 15206 Ventura Boulevard, Suite 306, Sherman Oaks, California. And also on the line is Aaron Lefton, same address. And then also on the line representing the applicant is Sergio. I'll let you introduce yourself.
Yes, this is Sergio Comparan with FCA Design. Address is 2580 St. Rose Parkway, Suite 305, Henderson, Nevada, 89074.
Okay, do you guys have anything to add to the staff report for item 3?
We don't have anything to add, but we're here to answer any questions.
All right, this item is a public hearing. I am going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Do we have any other callers on the line?
We have, Chaircraft, we have no callers on the line for number 3 or written
All right.
comments.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to members of the commission.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve item AMP 08-2020 with staff recommendation. This is Commissioner Greer.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Greer to approve item 3, AMP-08-2020. Please keep in mind all amendments to the master plan do require a supermajority vote, which in this instance would be 5 votes. So all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that item passes unanimously. Moving on to item 4. Do we still have the applicant on the line, or do we have people on
yes.
the line?
Yes, you do. You have us on the line.
Okay. All right. This item is also a public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody on the line for this?
We have no one on the line for item 4 or written comments for item 4.
Okay. All right. So with that, I will go ahead and close the hearing on item 4 and turn it over to members of the commission.
I'm sorry, did Robert present 4?
He presented 4 with 3.
Oh, okay.
Not hearing any comments, Mr. Barrett, I make a motion to approve item number 4.
All right. We have a motion from Commissioner Barrett to approve item ZN-13-2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. That item passes unanimously. All right, moving on to item 5.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, item number 5, SPR 03-2020 is a request for a major site plan review for a multifamily development located approximately 300 feet west of the southwest corner of Aliante Parkway and Elkhorn Road. This is within parcel 35 in the Aliante Master Plan community. The applicant is proposing to develop a 203-unit multifamily development on approximately 9.76 acres. The overall density of the development is 20.8 dwelling units to the acre. Parcel 35 in Aliante is a mixed-use parcel that was developed as part of a major modification to the Aliante Development Agreement. The major modification allows a mix of approximately 200 multifamily dwelling units and a minimum of 10,000 square feet of commercial development. Currently, the commercial development consists of a approved convenience food store with gas pumps and the medical quick care emergency room. Those two uses are in excess of 10,000 square feet. Additionally, there is one additional pad site that the master developer still can develop with additional commercial retail. This portion is the multifamily portion, which is, as I stated before, 203 multifamily units. Within the Aliante Development Agreement, they need to comply with the frozen code that was in effect in 2001 when the development agreement was approved. The proposed development does meet the multifamily design standards. They do meet the open space requirements for Aliante and for the multifamily. All units are have either the 80-foot patio or 40 square feet of balcony. Additionally, the multifamily development is required to provide a two-story product adjacent to the trail and ultimately closest to the single family. The applicant has proposed to provide a two-story product that then steps up to a three-story product as it moves into the interior of the site. So the elevation, the maximum height of the multifamily building is 27 feet when it is closest to the trail in Aliante, and that is in compliance with the amended development agreement for this parcel. As I stated, their open space amenities are in compliance. They are proposing both a a pool and additional recreational amenities within their site. The parking, they do provide 412 parking spaces, which is slightly different than what is required by code. However, they did receive a minor modification to allow the 412 spaces, which is more in keeping with our current parking standards. That being said, we are recommending approval of the proposed site plan review with the conditions listed and with one additional condition I need to read into the record. Specifically, this would be condition number 2, which would then state that all parcels, areas, and open spaces are to be developed and maintained per the development agreement, Ordinance 1587, between the City of North Las Vegas and North Valley Enterprises, LLC, dated January 16th, 2002, as amended. This development is also specifically required to comply with the multifamily provisions of Ordinance 2266 for Parcel 35 within the Aliante community. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions.
All right. Do we have anybody on the line, Madam Clerk, on this item?
Chair, first, we do have 2 written comments that the commission has received. One from Mr. Charlie Holtzneck and one from Matthew and Yang Becker in opposition to this item. And we do have the applicant and one caller on the line. I'll bring the applicant in first.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, caller. State your name and address for the record.
Hi, this is Jennifer Lazovich representing the developer.
All right, Ms. Lazovich, could you state your business address for the record, please?
Yes, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here tonight representing Warmington Apartment Communities. Thank you to Mr. Eastman, who gave a lot of description on the background of the project. I would like to just add some additional information. As you may be able to see in your backup, the location of the project is located just on the north side of the 215 and just a little west off of Aliante Parkway. Our specific property sits in between the trail and the existing commercial uses, which include a convenience store and gas station, as well as the emergency room along Aliante Parkway. The access into this project is entirely on and off the lighted intersection off of Aliante Parkway. One side moves to the east into the casino, and then on the west side it accesses the commercial as well as the proposed multifamily project. There would be no access other than emergency access proposed on Elkhorn Road. So while we do have an emergency access, we do not have any additional vehicle access that can access Elkhorn Road. I think that's important to note because as you look at the map of the surrounding area, I think virtually all of the traffic that will come out of the multifamily project will travel southbound and either get on the 215 or continue over the 215 and head towards the commercial and grocery store uses, et cetera, that are on the south side of the 215 and Aliante Parkway. A couple of unique aspects to Warmington Apartment Communities, and just by way of background for anyone that's listening, Warmington is a family-owned company. They've been developing residential, single-family, and multifamily for several decades. In particular, they've been doing multifamily projects in southern Nevada for about 25 or 30 years. As indicated, it is a family-owned company. They hold on to their projects and they manage their projects. So when Warmington comes into a community, they're the builder and the manager of it once it's built. This particular project would be a partnership between American Nevada Corporation and Warmington. And again, it would be ultimately managed by Warmington Apartment Communities. The project itself, as Mr. Eastman mentioned, has 203 units. 59 of those units are one bedroom and 144 of them are two bedroom. The project will not have any three-bedroom units at all. The project will be market rate. We're expecting at this moment in time that rents for the one bedrooms and two bedrooms will be well over $1,000 a month, averaging around $1,200 or so for the one bedroom and $1,300 and higher for the two bedrooms. One unique aspect of Wormington projects, and you can see them if you go onto their website or go to any of their as-built projects around Clark County, is that they do direct access garages into a number of their units, both on the first floor and in some instances the second floor. So if I was renting a unit and I chose a unit with a garage, I could park my car in the garage, open the door, and I would be into my unit. It's direct access from the garage into the unit. And that's a really great amenity, not only to provide our residents, but it also, I think, justifies some of the rents that we'll be charging, because that is a very popular unit for our residents to rent each year or each month, and they're always the units that go first and foremost. As Mr. Eastman mentioned, there was a 2006 major modification that allowed for multifamily units to be on this property, so we are in compliance with that, which is why in front of you today it is a site plan review only. As indicated, but just to make sure, because I've gotten some questions or heard that there are some questions out there. Again, as I mentioned, it is a market rate project. It is not a project intended for seniors only. They will rent to those who qualify for the rent, and that leads me to another very important point. Wormington does both background checks and credit checks for all of their renters. So you need to be able to pass both of those in order to rent one of their units, which I think is also good for the surrounding community to know that they take seriously who they are renting each of these units to. That leads me to the next point, which is security. At all of the Wormington communities, they hire a outside security company that patrols all of their properties all throughout the day and into the night. Never know when they're going to be patrolling by, and that's a good thing. We want just whenever you can to come out and see it, but not be so consistent that security is only there at 7 o'clock at night. We don't know when they're going to be there, but they are going to be there. In addition to that, we have several security cameras placed in and around the area and the common area, and so we also have our own eyes on what is going on our projects in addition to the roving security. A couple of final points. We do very much appreciate staff recommending approval. We are trying to be, and I think we've achieved, being sensitive to the homes that are located to the west of us. The homes on the west side are separated from our project by the existing multi-use trail, but then further, as Mr. Eastman indicated, our border of units along our side are 2-story in height. So across from the single-family homes on the west side is a 2-story component on our side with a maximum height of 27 feet. And then as you move east, we transition to a 3-story product with a maximum height of 40 feet. We did include in our submission to the City of North Las Vegas the elevations, and I subsequently provided to the City Clerk and to the Planning Commission some renderings to show you how the transition would look like in between the single family to the multifamily with the 2-story and then 3-story step-up, as well as just some renderings that show the entryway and the level and quality that you will get with this type of project. As Mr. Eastman mentioned, there is an additional condition which requires us to comply with the Aliante Development Agreement for the multifamily portion of this project. We're happy to do that. We were intending to do that all along. In fact, we also have to comply with their architectural design guidelines and their color scheme in terms of what we can paint the project, but that should give some consistency that this project won't stand out and will blend into the community. So I know that was a lot of information. I appreciate you allowing me to present all of that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, or I can come on and answer questions at a later time.
Okay, so under normal circumstances, this item would not be a public hearing, and we would go straight into commission items, but I believe we do have at least one other caller on the line.
Chair, we have 2 callers. I will bring the next caller in, but we can only have the applicant and 1 caller at a time.
And that's fine, but again, given that this is not an actual public hearing, we will make sure to cap them at the 3 minutes.
Definitely, I will turn on the timer.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, caller. State your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Glenda Brass, and I am at 3108 Hannah Green Drive in North Las Vegas. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Warmington representative for that really extensive insight into what's going on. I was a little bit concerned about the complex, and she actually answered a couple of my questions, so I really appreciate that. As a new resident to the area, I've only been in the community about a year, and I have come to really, really enjoy the peace, the quiet, the serenity. I enjoy my neighborhood. I can walk at night and not feel threatened in any way. I was a little concerned about the apartment complex because, you know, this idea about apartment complexes and the kinds of individuals that sometimes live in them. I know that might be stereotypical, but I've had experience. So that was just kind of a concern to me because I chose this area because it didn't have any apartment complexes. I was also wanting to mention the fact that I've learned that, you know, I pay dues, I pay Master Association dues, and I understand that this complex is not going to have to pay anything to the master community because it wasn't annexed in, or maybe I'm not saying the term properly, but that actually concerns me a little bit as well because I pay into the Master Association as do most of the other residents. So to have this 203-unit complex be built in the community and they not pay anything into the upkeep of the surrounding area is a little bit concerning to me. So I know that there's nothing that can be done at this point because I understand this is just a site plan review, that it's already a done deal. I'm just hoping that the developer will take into consideration the community and participate in the upkeep and to do what they say they're going to do and make sure that the security and that our quiet enjoyment is maintained. That's my biggest concern, to make sure that I continue to feel comfortable walking the streets in my community.
All right, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, is there another caller on the line?
Yes, there is. We would need the last caller, Glenda, to hang up so that we can bring the other person in.
Okay, I'm
sorry. And then Glenda, if you continue to watch the live stream, we'll have the developer's representative just. I know there's a couple of questions you had there. We'll make sure that we'll try and get answers for you.
Perfect. I appreciate you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Chair Kraft, I'll try to bring the next caller in.
Great.
You can go on to City of North Las Vegas. City of North Las Vegas.
Hello, caller. State your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Patrick Carr. My address is 1605 Dream Canyon Avenue, North Las Vegas, 89084.
And your comments?
Go ahead with your.
Yeah, so my comment, concerns are around the Warmington Apartments division that's being built, or at least being proposed to be built across the street from the Ali Aliante Casino. We were just made aware of this through a newsletter, and I suffice to say that this is not a very popular idea amongst, the community and my neighbors. And so I strongly oppose putting, a division like that right there. Not only for, it's just going to create quite a bit of problems and congestion, and to the neighborhood. And so, there's a slew of other concerns around safety with, those types of residents living in an apartment complex like that. You're bringing easily 1,000, 1,500 more folks to the neighborhood who are going to be crossing busy streets, especially entry and exit ways onto 215. And, the infrastructure there doesn't really support for that. Those are my concerns. But I think additionally, it would help if there was more visibility into exactly, the zoning development and the process that goes with, building out or at least coming up with bids to develop or build on a piece of land like that. Because nobody seems to have had a clue until just recently when, a neighbor of mine raised it to me. Nobody else had a clue about it. So, if I have to get a petition or something, I will. But, no one around here wants to have an apartment complex with, rents in the $1,300 range or whatever. Centennial on North 5th and Centennial Avenue has had a spike in crime over there. That's all apartments right in that range. Some of them are slightly less, some of them are slightly more. And I just don't think we need more of that in this area.
All right,
so those
thank
are my
you.
concerns.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk, do we have anybody else on the line?
Chair Kraft, we have no other callers for this item.
All right. Ms. Lazovich, would you like to at least answer some of the first caller's questions regarding the HOA?
Yes, certainly. Just to reiterate, again, this maybe goes to a comment both from the first caller as well as the second caller. The renters that ultimately live in the Warmington communities have to go through both a background and a credit check. I think we'd like to believe that speaks to the quality of renter that we ultimately have in our community. Again, the same person who builds the community manages the community, and so they have a vested interest in making sure that the people who live within our community take care of not only the apartment community that they're living in, but just in general, to be a good neighbor, they have a vested interest in making sure that happens. As for paying HOA dues, while we're not required to participate in payment of any homeowner association dues, we have entered into conversations with the homeowners association about some type of voluntary contribution that we could make on an annual basis, and those conversations are ongoing. As to the second caller's comment about the infrastructure not being there to support this, I kindly, respectfully disagree. It is located immediately adjacent to the 215 and Aliante Parkway, and as I mentioned in my opening comments, it really is ideal in the sense that all of our people who will live in this community will have a lighted entry, which is the stoplight, where you can either go to the east and go into the casino, or you can go west and come into ultimately our community. The bulk, and I would say the majority of any reason why people would leave to go to work, go visit family or friends, to go use retail uses, it's largely going to push the traffic southbound to the 215, where there absolutely is the infrastructure there to handle and accommodate this use. And then the final thing I would say is we are in strange times. We did our best to be open and transparent about this project coming on board, as Mr. Eastman and I touched on briefly back in 2006, so that was 14 years ago. There was a major modification done to the development agreement that contemplated multifamily here. So it has been, for lack of a better way of saying it, on the books for quite some time. We proactively reached out and asked for a meeting with members of the Aliante Homeowners Association in order to tell them about this, because with COVID, you can't do in-person neighborhood meetings. But we wanted to get the word out there. And so I know that that's how some people have found out, but that was done intentionally so that we could get the word out that here was this project and here's what it looked like. We shared our site plan and elevation so that those could also become part of the newsletter, so that we could try to get as much information out to the Aliante community as we could. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand ready for any questions that you may have.
All right.
Chair Kraft?
Yes.
We do have a caller that's dialed the number for the first public forum. Would you like to bring that caller in to see if they're calling about this particular item?
That would be great.
Okay, I'll bring that person in. Hello, caller. State your name and address for the record.
Gina Bonilla, 7247 Dazzle Point Street.
Okay, caller, are you calling in regards to the Warmington apartment?
I'm calling in regards to, yes, we are.
Okay, great. So you have 3 minutes to put your comments on the record, starting now-ish.
Well, the reason we're calling is because we understand that the apartment's going to be built in the area, and we bought this property over here because there was homes in the area here, and it looked like it'd be a pretty good community. And we're concerned that with apartments in this area, that the community would not be in the as far as the type of community that we were anticipating when we first moved over here. So that's our concern.
Okay. Anything else you want to put on the record?
That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, and have a great evening.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, I will close the public comment on this item and turn it over to members of the commission. We'll start with questions first, and then go to comments. Does anybody have questions for either the applicant or for staff?
I'll throw one out just so that it's on the record. Staff, when was it first approved? And you may have already said this, Robert, or that we became aware the apartments have the possibility of coming in the Aliante area.
The Ordinance 2266, which is the major modification to the development agreement, was approved in 2006. So the applicant is correct that originally it was approved 14 years ago. Specifically, it was approved by council in January 18th of 2006. And at that time, they were contemplating approximately 200 units with a small commercial component located really closer, right up at the corner of Elkhorn and Aliante Parkway.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had.
All right. Does anybody else have any questions or statements before I go?
I'll make a couple comments if nobody else does.
Well, I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah, my question is, so has this apartment complex been approved already, or is this due an approval?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. This is we're beyond public comment and into planning commission discussion. But to answer your direct question, this is simply a site plan review. This land has been zoned for multifamily since 2006.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
That's what Mr. Eastman was just clarifying for Commissioner Barrett.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Not a problem. Any other, George, are you talking?
If Justin doesn't want to go ahead, I've got just a couple.
Okay.
The second gentleman mentioned that, that there were going to be like 1,500 people. Since there's no 3 bedrooms, this is probably going to be a 1 to less than 3 people, maybe 4 people per in a 2-bedroom. So it'll be less close to 600 rather than 1,500. So I don't think the density of people is going to be as much as he.
George, we can't hear you.
Yeah, George, you weren't on your microphone, buddy.
Okay, it's on, but I don't know why it's not loud enough. Is that better if I speak real loud?
Yeah.
Okay. I think the density of people coming through is going to be less than the 1,500 because there's no 3 bedrooms in it. And so I think you're looking at closer to 600. But also, I'm fairly familiar with Warmington because of my profession. They're democratic, they're very security-oriented, and they have great management. So I think, that's they hold it for long term. So they're not flipping the property and selling it to someone. Consistent management. That's just my comment on it.
Ken, I wanted to comment. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I was muted. That was my fault.
Yeah.
But I was just telling George next time to check his microphone because we could barely hear him. All right, Al, go ahead.
I had the opportunity to visit one of the properties out on the south end, and the property was well put together, well managed, and it's a very, very attractive to look at project. I like the management concept where they're going to check backgrounds and credit. It's only going to be geared, as George mentioned, 1 or 2 bedrooms, so you're looking at maybe 600 people at tops. So I think at that corner across from the casino, you have a major street, Aliante Parkway, where the traffic can come and go. You have a light that controls traffic, so I think it's a good fit there.
All right, thanks, Al.
This is Justin Barrett one more time.
Yeah.
First off, I want to say thanks to Jennifer and for all that she did in trying to get everybody on board and with the good understanding. So thank you for that. I too had the opportunity to go out and visit their other location and thought that they did have good management, as George said, and that the properties aren't your typical looking apartments, that they did look nicer. I think actually the location wise, I understand everybody has this idea for Aliante, but it's been in the works for 14 years to some extent, and I personally like the fact that they're only 1 to 2 bedroom apartments. We're not talking, your typical 2, 3, or 4 bedrooms. So I'm going to support this project.
All right, great. Thanks, Commissioner Barrett. Anybody else before I go? All right. I guess from where I'm sitting is this is a site plan review. So in terms of the zoning for multifamily has been in place since 2006. So from that perspective, there's no real reason to oppose the site plan review. So there's that. 2, I've done my research on Warmington. I've looked at their other properties. I was also able to go and tour one of their properties. Frankly, they're nicer apartments than my first home. So that part really impressed me. And the rents they're charging really kind of knocked me out of my chair. This appears to be a good product. It's a good transitional use from the casino to the commercial. You want some, and then with the 215 right there, you want some sort of buffer between the single-family residential in the field and the commercial right along Aliante Parkway. This provides a nice transitional development with at a variety of housing options to folks that want to live in the Aliante area. This will go a long way to hopefully luring other types of businesses into the Beltway section of North Las Vegas. One of the constant things I hear from Aliante residents is we don't have any restaurants. We don't have this store. We don't have that store. All we get is fast food. And that's true because we just don't have the body. We don't have the consumers up here yet. But between the Village of Chili Springs, this development in Valley Vista, hopefully that starts to change so that, hopefully my Tuesday night restaurant I don't have a choice between Cafe Rio and Chili's if we don't feel like cooking. Like it's getting a bit old after 14 years of living in Aliante. So with that, I intend to support this project. With that, if there are any other questions or comments, please let me know. If not, I will accept a motion.
I lied. One more comment from Barrett.
Barrett, go for it.
Just going back to that first caller, it was addressed again with Jennifer and so much talking with her as far as just so that the first caller knows we did hear her concern about the fees to the master plan, and it is in the full intent that they will participate in some of those master plan fees. And with that, not hearing any other comments, I make a motion to approve SPR 03-2020.
All right, and folks, please remember that this is an item where Planning Commission has final action, so the vote on this one is considered final. We do have a motion from Commissioner Barrett to approve SPR-03-2020. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that item passes 6-0. Madam Clerk, let me know when the votes are recorded.
We have to do it manually, so just a second.
All right.
The vote has been displayed on the screen.
Okay, great. Thank you. Moving on to item 6.
Chairman and Commissioners, item number 6 is AMP 09-2020, Martin Luther King and Corley. The applicant is requesting to amend the land use on 2 parcels from mixed-use commercial and mixed-use neighborhood to single-family medium on approximately 46.94 acres located at the northwest corner of Martin Luther King Boulevard and Corley Avenue. The applicant is proposing a 243-unit single-family development, and the current land use does not support single-family. The proposed land use of single-family medium will support up to 13 units to the acre. The surrounding area is a mixture of single-family, multifamily, and commercial uses. The proposed single-family medium land use is compatible with the surrounding area, and staff has no objections to the proposed request and recommends approval.
All right. Do we have an applicant or somebody on the line?
Chair Kraft, we do. I'll bring the person in. Hello, caller. State your name and address for the record. Hello, caller. Chair Kraft, can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
I guess they hung up. Yeah. I say a wireless caller, but they must have hung up.
Okay. Sounds like they're there.
Yes, sorry about that. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I am here representing the applicant in this matter, which is LGI Homes. You may be familiar with this piece of property. I represented another developer a few months ago on half of this property for a multifamily development. That development was for detached cottages that I call that were for rent. It came in about 13 or 14 units an acre. And previously to that, the entire 40-acre property was previously planned for 832 multifamily residential units. So what we are looking to do here with a new applicant, who I'm representing, which is LGI Homes, is come in with single-family homes. The land use plan amendment here for item number 6 is to change it from the mixed-use commercial and mixed-use neighborhood to residential medium. Staff is, as I mentioned, is recommending approval, and we'd ask you to follow those recommendations.
All right. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody on the line for this?
We have no one on the line, and we have no written comments on this item.
All right. All right. This item is a public hearing. We have no other callers, so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to members of the commission.
Mr. Chairman, if there is no question or comments, I move that we approve item AMP 09-2020 with staff recommendation. This is Commissioner Greer.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Greer to approve AMP-09-2020. Please keep in mind this item is an amendment to the master plan, which requires a supermajority vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that item's approved. Moving on to the next item. Oh, I'm sorry, let's wait for the vote.
The vote has been displayed on the screen.
All right, moving on to the next item then.
Chairman and Commissioners, item 7 is ZN 14-2020, Martin Luther King and Corley. The applicant is requesting consideration to rezone the subject site from a PUD planned unit development to RCL single-family compact lot residential on 2 parcels that are approximately 36.94 acres. The comprehensive plan land use designation for the subject site is mixed-use neighborhood and mixed-use commercial proposed single-family medium. RCL is to provide for the development of single-family detached dwellings and directly related uses at a density of 7.99 units per acre or less. The applicant is proposing to develop the site at 6.6 dwelling units per acre. The proposed RCL single-family compact lot residential district is consistent and compatible with the proposed single-family medium land use designation. Staff does not anticipate any adverse impacts on facilities or neighboring land uses surrounding the subject site and recommends approval of the request.
All right. Do we still have the applicant with us?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is Bob Gronauer for the record, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm representing LGI Homes in this matter. We appreciate staff's recommendation approval for the zone change from PUD to RCL, and we feel that this is definitely compatible and harmonious to the existing surrounding area. And I am here to answer any additional questions that you may have on this matter.
All right, this item is a public hearing. Do we have any other callers on the line for this item?
Chair Kraft, we do not have any of the callers or written comments.
All right. Given that this item is a public hearing, given that we have no cards or callers, I will go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to members of the commission.
Mr. Kraft, not hearing anything. Mrs. Commissioner, I make a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve from Commissioner Barrett. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That item passes 6-0. All right, and lastly on this item, on this suite of properties, where's the suite of property?
Chairman and Commissioners, item 8 is TMAP 08-2020 Martin Luther King Corley. The applicant is requesting consideration for a tentative map in a proposed RCL single-family compact lot residential district located at the northwest corner of Martin Luther King Boulevard and Corley Avenue. to allow a 243-lot single-family residential subdivision. The subject site is approximately 36.94 acres in size with a density of approximately 6.6 dwelling units per acre. The land use for the site is mixed-use commercial and mixed-use neighborhood proposed single-family medium. The proposed lots range in size from 3,600 square feet to 8,320 square feet. There are two proposed access drives, one located off Martin Luther King and one located off Scott Robinson Boulevard. The applicant is proposing public streets with 5-foot sidewalks on both sides. The site plan includes 3 common elements with a total of 86,584 square feet of common open space, which is in compliance with code. The amenities provided in the open space areas will consist of open turf, age-appropriate tot lots, barbecues, covered ramadas, dog park areas, and walking paths with benches. Perimeter landscaping is in compliance with code requirements. The proposed tentative map is consistent with the proposed land use and proposed zoning for the subject site. Staff is recommending approval of the tentative map subject to conditions.
All right. Do we still have the applicant for this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, again, it's Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the applicant, LGI Homes. We appreciate staff's recommendation for approval, and as usual, Ms. Michaels has done a great job of giving you all the information, so I could do my presentation, but it would essentially be everything that she said. So I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
All right. I will go ahead and turn this over to members of the commission.
Mr. Kraft, not hearing anything. This is Commissioner Barrett. I make a motion to approve.
All right. We have a motion from Commissioner Barrett to approve map-08-2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, just waiting on the vote to be recorded.
And the vote has been recorded.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. Have a good night.
You too. All right, moving on to item 9.
Chairman and Commissioners, item 9 is ZN 11-2020 Sienna Centennial and North 5th. The applicant is requesting consideration to rezone approximately 2.37 acres from C1 Neighborhood Commercial District to R4 High Density Residential District. The comprehensive planned use designation for the subject site is mixed use commercial. The site is approximately 270 feet west of North 5th Street and approximately 300 feet north of Centennial Parkway. The applicant is proposing a multifamily senior development on the site. The R4 High Density Residential District is preferably located near designated rapid transit nodes, and this site is in close proximity to 5 future transit station locations. The proposed R4 is consistent and compatible with the mixed-use commercial land use designation. The surrounding area does consist of higher density residential properties, and there is a proposed commercial development to the south and east of the site. Staff does not anticipate any adverse impacts on facilities or neighboring land uses surrounding the subject site and recommends approval.
All right. Do we have an applicant online for this?
Chair Kraft, we have no one online and no written comments for this item.
All right. As I said, it's a public hearing. We have no callers or an applicant, so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to members of the commission.
Commissioner Armstrong, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Is this the one you mentioned that was Nevada Hand?
Yes, Commissioner Armstrong, this is the Nevada Hand project.
Okay, so is this low-income housing?
They did not tell us that at the time when we met them. They just said it was senior housing.
Senior housing.
Correct, senior housing.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, do we have any other questions before I guess I follow up Jane's with my own? Hearing none, I will go ahead and ask, Ms. Michaels, is this, like I know with homes you can deed restrict it to senior housing, is this being deed restricted? Or is this, we're just taking their word for it?
At this time, Chairman Kraft, we're taking their word for it.
Okay. But it looks like at least on the zone change, you're still recommending approval subject to conditions. Let me just take a quick look at the parcel location again. All right, so this is just in from North 5th and Centennial. All right, with that, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Kraft, not hearing nothing. Commissioner Barrett, I make a motion to approve ZN 112020.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Barrett to approve ZN-11-2020. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, moving on to item 10, ZN-12-2020.
Chairman, Commissioners, item 10, ZN 12-2020 is Sienna Centennial and North 5th. The applicant is requesting consideration to rezone the subject site from R4 High Density Residential District and C1 Neighborhood Commercial to C2 General Commercial on 3 parcels that are approximately 9.93 acres. The land use designation for the subject site is mixed-use commercial. The subject site is located on the northwest corner of North 5th Street and Centennial Parkway. The applicant is proposing to develop the site with commercial uses. The purpose of the C2 General Commercial District is to provide for the development of intense retail and services that will serve the community. The C2 zoning classification should be developed where arterial streets can accommodate the very heavy traffic generated by such development. The proposed C2 General Commercial District is consistent and compatible with the mixed-use commercial land use designation. The surrounding uses currently consist of higher density residential properties and commercial in the immediate area. Staff does recommend approval of this request.
All right, this item is a public hearing. Do we have anybody on the line?
Chair Kraft, we do not have any callers on the line, nor do we have any written comment.
All right. With that, I will go ahead and open and close the public hearing and turn it over to members of the commission.
Mr. Kraft, this is Commissioner Barrett. Not hearing any comments, I make a motion to approve ZN 12-2020.
All right, we have a motion with Commissioner Barrett to approve ZN-12-2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, Madam Clerk, let us know when the vote's recorded.
The vote has been recorded and displayed.
Great. All right, moving on to item 11, TMAP-06-2020.
Chairman and Commissioners, TMAP 06-2020, Sienna Centennial and North 5th. The applicant is requesting approval for a 2-lot commercial tentative map on approximately 9.93 acres located at the northwest corner of North 5th Street and Centennial Parkway. Currently, the subject site is undeveloped. The subject parcel will be developed with commercial uses. However, they have not been identified at this time by the applicant. Staff has no objections to the request and recommends approval subject to conditions.
All right, this item is not a public hearing, so I will turn it over to members of the commission.
This is Commissioner Barrett.
I move that item TMAP 06-2020 be approved with staff recommendation.
All right, we have a motion with
Commissioner Greer.
We have a motion from Commissioner Greer to approve Chief-MAP-06-2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We've got one opposed.
No, I'm in favor. I was just late.
Okay. All right, that item passes 6-0. Madam Clerk, let us know once you...
It's displayed, Chair Kraft.
All right. All right. Moving on to item 12.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, item 12, AMP 11-2020 is a request to amend the Comprehensive Master Plan land use element from community commercial to multifamily. The proposed amendment is for a 8.28 acre parcel located at the southeast corner of Lamb Boulevard and Tropical Parkway. This is a more of a transitional area as the land to the southeast is heavy industrial, to the farther to the east along what would be continuing the Tropical Parkway alignment is additional industrial. However, immediately to the north and immediately to the west are lower density single family homes. However, commercial is not the best use at this location, partially because of the development of Lamb Boulevard. Specifically at this location, Lamb Boulevard has, it's part of the flyover and the touchdown of the bridge that goes over the UPRR. And as such, Lamb Boulevard, there is no access on this site to Lamb Boulevard. The only access is actually to that small portion of Tropical Parkway that it shares with single-family development to the north. Therefore, commercial is not a good location. Is not good at this location. However, multifamily is appropriate because Lamb Boulevard is that larger arterial. It can handle the traffic that a multifamily development would generate. Also, multifamily does provide a nice buffer from the higher density industrial and potential commercial on the undeveloped parcels from the single family. And so with this mix of uses, we feel that the multifamily residential is the appropriate land use, and we are recommending approval.
All right. Do we have any callers on the line for this item?
Chair Kraft, we have one caller, but first we have one written comment from Ms. Razvi Albeza, and she is opposed to this particular project. And I'll bring the caller in. Hello, caller. State your name and address for the record.
Melissa Yuri, on behalf of the applicant, 1055 Whitney Ranch Drive, Suite 210, Henderson, 89014.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Yuri.
All right, so thanks to staff for introducing a lot of the projects. Just wanted to add a few items in addition. We did forward some exhibits for the commissioners to review. The first one's just an aerial, just giving a better picture of the site, which is a very triangular shaped piece. As staff said, it's got Lamb Boulevard Bridge to the west, and it's got the railroad to the east. On the other side of the railroad is industrial, which includes the Amazon Fulfillment Center, Fanatics, and multiple other distribution centers, and then the single family immediately to the north of them. On the other two corners, there's also already zoned for commercial. As the development has come up in this area, it's really produced some challenges for commercial to go onto this site. One, the Lamb Bridge, if you skip down a few exhibits, there's a site conditions exhibit, and it does show, again, an aerial, and the photo immediately to the right of that, it shows from just past the intersection of Lamb and Tropical, looking straight down towards the site, and it does show that the Lamb Bridge is about 20 to 25 feet higher than the site elevation. It also, that you really don't have any sort of access onto Lamb Boulevard. There's about 50 feet right before the intersection, so no room for a true decel lane that traffic could safely enter the site. In the lower right-hand corner, there's a photo showing, again, just past the intersection down Tropical. Tropical narrows to 60 feet at this location. And so, if we put commercial there, it would be mixing with the single-family residential traffic there. And then on the bottom left corner, there was a photo showing going towards the site on Tropical, basically from the other side of Lamb. And you can see again that there's really no visibility, so traffic has to be right on top of the site to even see any commercial that would be there. So there's no Lamb frontage like there is on the other two corners that are currently zoned for commercial. Any signage that went there would have to be extremely large for anyone to view it. And then again, you would then have that mix of traffic from the commercial and the residential. The next exhibit after that, we did have a conceptual commercial site plan done, if commercially put there, and there's enough space for 4 restaurant with drive-through and about 51,000 square feet of retail. When we did a trip generation study, that would create about 4,420 trips, whereas the very last exhibit shows the concept for this plan, which is a 3-story apartment complex. It would have 207 units made up of 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments. The trips generated from this concept plan would be 563. So a much reduced impact to the residents that are already existing there on the other side. So we really have that. In addition, I do know that when residential is brought up, particularly apartments, while this is not a site plan review, there's always some concern as to the number of students that are going to be added to our schools. And so while it's not required with these applications, I did go ahead and use the formulas from the school district's tracking form to estimate the number of students that would potentially be added to the schools with this concept. And it would produce potentially 28 elementary students, 12 middle school students, and 13 high school students. So we're not talking much over 50 students across all from K through 12, essentially. So really not a high impact on that. And just lastly, wanted to add that for this amendment to the master plan, this would meet several goals of the comprehensive master plan, which is diversity of housing, a balanced land use mix, and infill development. As far as the diversity of housing, the next nearest apartments to this location would either be at Craig and Lamb, about 1.8 miles away, so almost 2 miles away, or you have to go to the other direction and go closer to the VA hospital at Centennial Rome or Centennial Stats, which is about 1.3 or 1.6 miles away. So there really isn't a lot of apartments in this area, but we do have a lot of great employment centers as well as Apex as additional users come in there, that this will be really great housing for people to be close to where they work. And so with that, commissioners, if you have any questions, more than happy to answer them.
All right. This item is a public hearing. Do we have any other callers on the line?
No callers and no other written comment.
Great. Thank you so much. With that, I will go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to members of the commission.
This is Commissioner Warner. Unless there's any comments from any of the other commissioners, I move to approve AMP 11-2020.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Warner to approve AMP-11-2020. Again, I know I sound like a broken record on this, but I do like to state this for the record. AMPs do require a supermajority vote. So with that, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That item passes 6-0. All right, moving on to ZN-16-2020.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, this is the companion piece. This is the request for a rezoning for the same site from the C1 neighborhood commercial district to the R3 multifamily residential district with approval of the land use plan that you just approved. The R3 is the most appropriate zoning classification, and we are recommending this item be approved and forwarded to the City Council.
All right. This item is, do we still have the applicant for this item?
Yes, Chairman. Melissa Yuri on behalf of the applicant, 1055 Whitney Ranch Drive, 3210, Henderson 89014.
All right.
More than happy to answer if there's any additional questions.
All right. Do we have any callers on the line for a public hearing?
Chair, we do not.
All right. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to members of the commission.
Mr. Chairman, I move that item ZN 16-2020 be approved with staff recommendation. This is Commissioner Greer.
I have a motion from Commissioner Greer to approve ZN-16-2020. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that item passes 6-0. All
Chair
right, moving on.
Chair Kraft.
Oh, sorry.
Chair Kraft, could we pause for about 1 minute? We're having a video display problems.
Sure. We will do a 1-minute recess.
Thank you. We can't correct the problem. The video flickers back and forth, but we're ready to resume.
Okay. All right, moving right along.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, item 14, UN 4918 is a request for an approval of an extension of time to allow the full on-sale liquor with restricted gaming for a proposed tavern location approximately at Lamb Boulevard and Centennial Parkway. This is a development that has a 4.5 acre parcel that is developed with a mix of commercial uses, which also includes the next item, which is a convenience food store with gas pumps. But also on the site is some additional proposed commercial retail buildings. When this was originally approved 2 years ago, the existing neighborhood has not changed substantially since that time. The proposed on-sale use is within a slightly less than 6,000 square foot building. The proposed elevations of the use are in compliance with commercial design standards. The parking is a little short. They're required to have 76 parking spaces. The site plan only has 70. However, this is one parcel in a mixed commercial establishment, and with cross-access and reciprocal parking agreements with the other commercial buildings on the same site, they would certainly meet the parking standard. They meet their landscaping requirements for the development, and we are recommending approval of the use permit with the conditions listed.
Okay. This item is a public hearing. Do we have anybody on the line?
Yes, we do. I'll bring the person in. Hello, caller. State your name and address for the record.
Lucy Stewart, 1930 Village Center Circle, representing the applicant.
All right, Ms. Stewart, is there anything you want to add to the staff report?
No, we appreciate Mr. Eastman's recommendation for approval, and we agree with the conditions and respectfully request your approval.
All right. This item is a public hearing. Do we have further callers?
We have no other callers and no written comment for this item.
All right. With that, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to members of the commission. All right. Hearing no comments, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that item UN 4918 be approved with staff recommendation.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Greer to approve UN-49-18. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That item passes 6-0. All right, Madam Clerk, let me know when you're ready for the next item.
The vote has been displayed on the screen.
All right, moving on to item 15, UN-50-18.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, this is the companion piece. This is in the same location in the same commercial shopping center. This is for a convenience food store with gas pumps. When this was originally approved 2 years ago, they had both the convenience food store with gas pumps and a car wash. However, the applicant is not proposing a car wash at this time, so that use permit will expire. What they're proposing here is a convenience store with gas pumps. Their parcel is 3.6 acres, but as I stated before, it is part of the larger commercial center that included the last item. Again, this building meets the commercial design standards. It's proposed with the same general architectural style as the previous item. It has a stucco exterior with wainscoting, cornice elements. As previously, the site plan meets all the landscaping requirements and the parking requirements. And like the previous item, the surrounding neighborhood is still very similar to how it was 2 years ago, and we are recommending approval subject to the conditions listed.
All right. Do we still have the applicant's representative on the phone?
Yes, Chairman, Lucy Stewart, 1930 Village Center Circle, representing the applicant. And again, we agree with staff's conditions and respectfully request your approval.
All right. This item is a public hearing. Do we have any further callers?
Chair Kraft, we do not have any more callers.
All right. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing and move on to turn it over to members of the commission. Hearing no comments, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move we approve item UN 51-8 with staff recommendation.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Greer to approve UN-50-18. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, that item passes 6-0.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart.
The motion has and the vote has been displayed.
All right, moving on to item 16.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, item 16, SUP 27-2020 is a request for a special use permit to allow a retail marijuana store. This is in a D2 general commercial district. The proposed facility is located in an existing commercial center located at 4444 West Craig Road, specifically within suites 100 and 104. The proposed retail establishment will be approximately 3,661 square feet. The existing commercial center is in compliance with the commercial design standards. There's access to the site from 2 curb cuts on Craig Road and 1 on San Mateo. The commercial center has adequate parking for the proposed use. The proposed retail marijuana establishment does meet all the requirements for a marijuana establishment. They do show that they have a separate entrance. The owners has signed their paperwork that definitely shows that they are knowledgeable that a marijuana establishment is proposed. They meet their distance separation requirements. And so therefore we are recommending approval of the proposed use permit subject to the conditions listed.
All right. Do we have an applicant on the line?
We have a caller on the line. I'll bring the caller
Okay.
into this conference. Hello, caller. State your name and address for the record.
Tony Celeste, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Celeste.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Planning Commissioners. First of all, I want to thank staff for their recommendation of approval. We agree with all the conditions contained in the report. Mr. Eastman summarized it very well and accurately. Just a couple things to build on. First, we're located in an inline retail shopping center. We are on the north side of Craig Road, a very busy street located between 2 busy intersections of Decatur and Valley Road. We are buffered on the north side by mini storage or self-storage, as well as some additional office and commercial in the area. We meet all the separation requirements for this, so that's one of the biggest reasons we zoned in on this site and are requesting this use permit to establish the retail dispensary. Again, we agree with all the conditions, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Do we have any other callers on the line?
We do not have any other callers, Chaircraft.
All right. With that, then I will go ahead and open and close the public hearing and turn it over to members of the commission.
This is Commissioner Barrett. As I stated before, both to Mr. Celeste as well as to the during the meeting, I'm slightly concerned about it being a 24-hour marijuana dispensary. So with that said, Mr. Celeste had the idea, and I'm okay with it. I would like a condition that we do a 1-year review to see how many extra complaints or late night problems we've had with it.
All right. Staff, what would you say on that one?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, well, we can certainly have an annual review and have the applicant come back to review the potential problems. My concern is we're approving the use permit with that condition, and then in the future, if there are problems, then after 1 year, the Planning Commission would deny the use permit, and they would cease to operate and close shop. And I don't know how ultimately how easy that would be. I think in this instance, because of its location and that for the most part, the uses, especially to the north and to the west, are other commercial uses. I don't know if, hours of operation would normally be to protect the nearby residential. And there are single-family homes, I admit, to the south on the other side of Craig Road. But Craig Road is the one of our largest arterial roads, and it's a 120-foot right-of-way at that location. So, in my opinion, there's already an adequate barrier between the single-family homes and the proposed marijuana establishment.
Okay, and I guess the other question that I have, and I don't know if this would be you, Robert, or if Mr. Celeste knows the answer to this or somebody else, is this a situation where if there are excessive complaints, they could potentially lose their license in the state regardless? And are we better off deferring to that?
Well, certainly they're going to be subject to all the business license requirements, both from the state and from the city, and especially late at night, the noise ordinance or any complaints would be handled by the police department. So I think realistically I think we're protected. I think the neighborhood will be adequately protected with our existing codes and ordinances that we have in place for both any potential nuisance plus all the requirements that are in place for the marijuana establishments, both at our level and the state level.
And if I may, Commissioner Baird, just to add into that, we will have on-site security both inside and outside. This would be similar to the other approvals in North Las Vegas, in particular like Thrive by way of example, where there are no hours of restriction. Of course, we are in a highly regulated, highly monitored industry at the state level, so of course we will do everything to protect our license. So with all of that, we have to have security plans approved and in place at the state level with the city. So of course we're going to abide by all of that. I understand and appreciate your concern, but it's something that we have to have in place for our licenses at all levels in this highly regulated industry.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, if I may.
You may.
This would be we've had several marijuana establishments approved since 2014, since all this began. And of course, this would be the sixth retail style establishment, or retail store establishment. If you support this tonight, that would be approved in the city. And I can tell you, from my experience, that when the state comes in and inspects all of the retail establishments, they look at everything. They look at the camera views, the angles, to make sure every lock, every corner of the retail establishment can be seen on a camera. They are very particular about how these establishments are run. And I can also tell you, just from my experience, we have not received any complaints from any of our establishments in their operations. Now, while we might have had a couple of establishments where the employee might have, in one case, might have been helping a friend out in the product, that's where the cameras caught it, and of course the state intervened. And we had another case where there was an incident out in the parking lot, but that's where their private security intervened. But we have not had any complaints that I'm aware of from surrounding residents or surrounding businesses. So just to put that out there, it seems like they have all been very conscientious about complying with any land use regulations placed on their use permits, all business license requirements, and all requirements from the state. And the only reason why I bring that up is that annual reviews can sometimes be a little tricky because when we bring it back to you, what criteria are we bringing it back to you for? What are you looking for? And you got to keep in mind that applicants spend a lot of money on tenant improvements, on business licensing, and those things are not something that are easily revoked. And why that is still certainly up to your discretion. Annual reviews are just not as easy to
Right. Like my concern would be, what would be the objective criteria we would apply, right? As opposed to saying, well, you had 2 noise complaints over the year. Depending, that's something that could be extremely subjective.
If I can make a comment.
Yeah,
thank you very much, Mr. Jordan. I definitely appreciate that. I know Mr. Celeste compared it to Thrive. In my review of it, it looks like Thrive, the houses aren't quite as close as what we're currently looking at. And you just mentioned that there's 6. Are the other ones as close to residential houses as what the one that's on the table is for tonight?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yes. There is one over off Decatur and Horse, I think it is. I believe that's the area. Jenny, and I don't think it's Horse, but it is actually very close to residential.
It's Ann Road, Ann and Decatur. I just thought about it, yeah.
Yeah, there's residential, if I remember right. I'm just going off of memory. Directly south of it, I think that commercial center's shares the property line with residential to the south, and there is residential across Decatur, and Decatur is probably a 120 or 130 foot right away. Basically, it's the same as Crane Road. And that's actually one of the use permits that the condition was placed on, where the director can establish hours of operations, and that was one of the things that one of the conditions that Councilwoman Anita Wood actually asked to be put on that, just in case there were issues with Jenny's and its close proximity to residential. And again, as far as I know, we have not received any complaints regarding that.
All right. Commissioner Barrett, any further questions or?
Like I said, I'm just concerned with it being a 24-hour thing, and in my opinion, it's rather close to the residential. But no other questions at this time.
All right. Any other questions, comments, or concerns before we turn to a motion? All right, somebody want to make a motion?
Chairman, this is Commissioner Warner. I move to QP 2020.
All right, so George, you're kind of breaking up there, so let me repeat it. We have a motion from Vice Chairman Warner to approve SCP-27-2020 with staff condition. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes 6-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and have a great night.
You too. All right, moving right along. I'm sorry, let's wait for the vote.
The vote has been displayed.
Thank you. Sorry about that. All right, now moving right along.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, item 17, BAC 07-2020 is a request to vacate 2 roadway easements and a utility easement on Lamont Street and 1 roadway easement on El Campo Grande Avenue. The vacations are generally located in an industrial area located south of El Campo Grande Avenue and east of Lamont Street. This is a proposed vacation to allow the development of the site. Public Works has reviewed the proposed vacation and we are recommending approval subject to the conditions listed.
All right. This item is a public hearing. Do we have any written comments or anybody on the phone line?
We have no written comment. We do have one on the phone, and I believe this is the applicant. Hello, caller. State your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Commissioners. Elena Ariano, GCW Engineering, 1555 South Rainbow, representing the property owner in this matter. We have reviewed staff's report and the recommendation for approval, and we would request that you approve as well.
All right. With that, given that there's no other callers, I will go ahead and close the public hearing. Turn it over to members of the commission.
Not hearing any comments, I make a motion to approve VAC 07-2020.
All right, we've got a motion from Commissioner Warner to approve VAC 07.
Sorry, this is Barrett.
Barrett, sorry.
No problem.
Like it was out of my mouth, and I was just like trying to get the back end. Motion from Commissioner Barrett to approve. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Let me know once the vote's recorded and displayed.
Thank you.
The vote has been displayed.
All right.
Thank you,
All
Commissioners.
right.
Have a wonderful evening.
You too. All right, moving on.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, item 18, VAC 08-2020 is a request to vacate a driveway off of Las Vegas Boulevard, two roadway easements for both Taylor Avenue and Webb Avenue along Woodward Street, and a 20-foot wide utility easement that runs through the entire parcel. This is to help facilitate the development of the parcel for Project Foghorn. Project Foghorn is located at the northeast corner of Owens Avenue and Las Vegas Boulevard. The applicant will rededicate new driveway locations and utility easements with the development of the site. Public Works and Planning, we've reviewed the proposed application, and we are recommending approval subject to the conditions listed.
All right, do we have an applicant or anybody on the line, Madam Clerk?
Chair Kraft, yes, we do. I'll bring the caller in. Hello, caller. State your name and address for the record.
Teresa Wolf, 6671 Las Vegas Boulevard, 89119.
All right, do you have anything to add to the staff report?
No, I do not. I concur with staff's conditions.
All right, this item is a public hearing. Do we have any statements of support, written statements of support or opposition, or anybody else on the line?
We have no written callers and no written comments or callers on the line.
Fantastic. With that, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to members of the commission.
Hello?
Hello?
Not hearing any comments, I, Commissioner Barrett, make a motion to approve.
All right, great. We have a motion from Commissioner Justin Barrett to approve VAC-08-2020. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that item passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, 19.
Chairman and Commissioners, item 19 is TMAP 07-2020 KMXI Ann & Simmons. The applicant is requesting a single lot commercial tentative map on a 4.21 acre parcel. The subject site is located at the southeast corner of Ann Road and Simmons Street. Currently, this site is undeveloped. This subject parcel will be developed with commercial uses. However, those uses have not been identified at this time by the applicant. There is a proposed emergency access through the site to the south for the adjacent multifamily development. That was recorded with the parcel map. The proposed tentative map is consistent with the land use and zoning for the site. Staff has no objections and recommends approval subject to conditions.
All right. This item is a public hearing. It's not a public hearing, but do we have an applicant on the line?
Chair Kraft, we have no written comments and no callers on the line for this item.
All right. With that, I will go ahead and turn it over to members of the commission.
Good evening, Mr. Kraft. This is Chairman Barrett. I make a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Barrett to approve T-map-07-2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that item passes 6-0. All right, moving on to item 21.
Chairman and Commissioners, item 21 is VOA-02-2020 short-term rentals. The city is proposing an amendment to Title 17 to amend the accessory use table and definitions section to allow for the operation of short-term rentals in residential zoning classifications, subject to requirements in the approval of a conditional use permit. Accessory uses require the approval of a conditional use permit and that all requirements to operate have been met. If the requirements listed in the accessory use section cannot be met, no conditional use permit is granted. The applicant cannot request a special use permit for the short-term rental. All requirements in the code must be met to receive approval. Currently, short-term rentals are not permitted in the city of North Las Vegas. To analyze the request and the potential impact on the community, an understanding of short-term rentals was needed. Staff performed research by using the AirDNA website. This website allows for a user to access trends, history, and market statistics for short-term rentals. Staff also researched short-term rental ordinances adopted by other municipalities and created a matrix listing the requirements from those agencies. Councilman Black and Councilman Barone, along with city staff from the various divisions, started working with the short-term rental industry in October of 2019. Staff met with the industry again in February 2020 to share the matrix and discuss the potential requirements for short-term rental. On August 13, 2020, staff met with the industry to present the proposed draft ordinance and the requirements. The application for a short-term rental would be reviewed by staff for final approval. Some of the proposed conditions of approval are: the property owner must apply for the conditional use permit and the business license application. A good neighbor brochure must be sent to all required parties. A self-inspection checklist must be provided at the time of business license application. Noise monitoring equipment shall be installed and an affidavit provided. A 660-foot separation requirement between the short-term rental uses. There is a waiver process if the applicant can demonstrate that they meet the definition of an adequate barrier. Short-term rentals will not be permitted within master planned communities. Master planned communities such as Aliante, Valley Vista, and the villages of Tule Springs were built using previous codes that have been frozen and did not allow for the operation of short-term rentals. Noise monitoring equipment is in relation to what is considered normally acceptable noise levels. The 65 dB level is the maximum allowed in outside areas such as the pool, spa, patio, and common areas of the short-term rental. The requirement of those noise monitoring equipment will protect the operator from noise complaints by allowing the review of the recorded data. Additionally, the noise monitoring equipment will protect the neighbors from excessive noise. The operator will be required to provide a site plan identifying the locations of the equipment prior to business license. Short-term rentals are required to meet a 660-foot separation from other licensed short-term rentals. The distance separation requirement can be waived if the applicant can demonstrate they have an adequate barrier as defined in the ordinance. There will be no other waivable requirements allowed for short-term rentals. There will be a grace period for the first 60 days after the adoption of the ordinance. During this time, all existing short-term rental operators that register will be grandfathered in and may not comply with the separation requirement. They will, however, be required to meet all other regulations within the ordinance. The following documentation to be provided to the city at the time of application for a business license will be a notarized affidavit for compliance with noise monitoring equipment, a notarized affidavit that the applicant notified the neighbors within 200 feet of the proposed short-term rental and their homeowners association or property management company, if applicable. A self-inspection checklist that the proposed short-term rental is in compliance with building and fire safety requirements will also be required. Staff is also proposing to add the definition of a short-term rental and the definition of a commercial center to Title 17. The definition of a short-term rental is any residential dwelling unit or part thereof that is rented out for a period of less than 30 days at a time. A commercial center is being added to the definitions because it can be used as an adequate barrier for the separation requirement. A commercial center is defined as a grouping of proposed or existing retail stores, office, hotel, dining, and or entertainment uses consisting of not less than 100,000 square feet that share common parking lots, driveways, and or spaces within a single unified development. City staff is recommending that the zoning ordinance be amended to incorporate the language and requirements for short-term rentals. The approval of this ordinance will align the city with other jurisdictions with similar requirements. Staff does recommend that ZOA 02-2020 be forwarded to City Council with a recommendation of approval.
All right. This item is a public hearing. Do we have any callers?
Chair Croft, we have one caller. I'll bring the caller in. Hello, caller. State your name and address for the record.
You ready for me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Jeff Alpert. I reside at 3828 Fusilier Drive in North Las Vegas. And I have a couple of comments about the proposed amendment to the city ordinance. It looks like it was well thought out, but I find there's a few areas that are deficient or lacking in specifics. I don't think the amendment, in terms of what I saw in supporting materials online available for the public to look at, is specific enough in penalties and enforcement. I think there needs to be greater details on how the city would go about enforcement, what would happen when violations occur, and would there be notices, hearings, initial stages of penalties, or will it be straight to a revocation of a permit or a license? So I believe there needs to be more details. I don't see any mention of monetary fines, so that is one category that I think that needs to be expanded. I am an HOA president in North Las Vegas, and I also have concerns that there might have been a lack of input from HOAs. I think there needs to be more clarification and involvement on behalf of HOAs. I would like to see some component where the operator would need to get the HOA's approval in writing that they are a resident in good standing and that they have completely in their brochure notified the HOA of all the necessary required information. And looking at the Good Neighbor brochure, there needs to be more clarification in terms of who the contact person is, their address, their phone number, so if complaints do come in, the HOA or the management company can deal with the city or the party who's mentioned as the contact person. So I think there needs to be more, clarification within some of the clauses of this amendment, and more information given to the HOAs and how they can be involved. Right now, most HOAs in North Las Vegas have in their CCNRs or bylaws statements, saying no short-term rentals are allowed. So I think the HOAs need to be included as a partner in this entire amendment, and I really don't believe that this is an item that should have an action taken on it tonight. I think it needs to be improved, expanded, and added to. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alpert. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody else online?
Chair Kraft, we have no other callers and no written comment.
All right, with that, I will go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to members of the commission.
This is Commissioner Armstrong. I have a few comments.
Go for it.
My concern is enforcement. We already know that we have over 300 illegal short-term rentals in the city of North Las Vegas, some being in Aliante, and I'm not sure about the other master plan communities. The fees that are being collected, I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, that they're going into the general fund. There will be no funds for enforcement. We don't have staff for enforcement. There are a lot of problems in this product I'm encountering in my real estate practice. I won't go into detail, but I can tell you they're a nightmare right now around the Las Vegas Valley. And I think our timing's all off on approving something like this. I could go on and on. I won't. Staff knows some of my objections. I appreciate all the hard work they've gone to, and I understand what they're trying to do by making some of these legal. I don't think it's going to work. I think we have a real problem with Airbnbs in North Las Vegas already, and I'd hate to just add to the problem. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Armstrong. Anybody else have any comments or questions for staff?
I do.
All right, go ahead, Commissioner Barrett.
Staff, what has been outlined, or what is the plan as far as enforcement? Let's start with that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, in regards to enforcement, during the past year, we've been working with the industry, and one of the things we've asked for continuously is a listing of everybody that advertises on their platforms, because our real intent was we would have loved to send this ordinance out to all the operators individually, but they have refused to provide that information to us. And so right now, we do not know where they're operating at. If we do know where they're operating at, and and this ordinance isn't approved or is approved or not, doesn't matter. For example, if they're operating within Aliante, of course this ordinance doesn't apply to Aliante. If we know where they're operating at, and we can actually get evidence that they are operating, such as bookings or listings and advertisements, things like that, we can send code enforcement out and we can enforce the codes on them. The problem is that if somebody says that one is operating in their subdivision, but they don't give us the address, we don't have an ability to know exactly where they're operating. So, while we do have a limited code enforcement staff, the one thing that we will always do is we will follow up on any complaint to the best we can. But you got to keep in mind, we don't actually have the ability to grab a warrant and go inside that house. We'd have to have some sort of proof, and maybe we can find that on platforms that they're advertising. Those would be the things that we'd have to look for. But we would follow up on complaints if we know where they're at.
All right, Commissioner Barrett, any other questions?
Yeah, I was looking through this, and obviously I have the same concern as far as enforcement, but the reality that I've seen in preparation and thought about this, obviously we're facing that same problem, whether this passes or not, that I would like to have heard that, if we had the city ordinances, that the platforms were going to comply with us. But the big concern is always having too many people. Is there a max number of people that would be allowed, understanding that they get the business license, but it's still to a residential house? Is there a max number of people, specifically number of cars that would be allowed per Airbnb and that sort of thing?
Commissioner Barrett, the occupancy will be based off of building code and what their occupancy limits are. And so we do define that you cannot have parties, family gatherings, weddings, any of those type of parties at an Airbnb. They are in violation. As far as the parking, we do state, parking in the garage, the driveway, or on a public street. If it is off of a private street, then the homeowner needs, that's operating the short-term rental would need to, if parking is not allowed on a private street, then they would need to enforce that their occupants would not be able to park on the private street. They would need to be in the carport, the garage, or the driveway itself.
Also, if I can add to what Amy was adding, one of the things that we've also built into the proposed ordinance is that the owner can apply for these particularly conditional use permits. And there's two ways they can do it. If they do a whole house rental, meaning that maybe a family comes in and is doing a family reunion, or they're coming in for a vacation, there can be a whole house rental, which they could rent to one booking, one group. They can't rent to multiple people. As I've been joking, you can't rent to the Hatfields and the Coys into one location. Now, some people want to rent just a room. They can do that, but they have to be owner-occupant. They have to live there. And as part of that conditional use permit, we will require a floor plan because we want to know which rooms they are renting. So in some ways, there will be, maybe a natural way to, not overcrowd, like Amy indicated, we specific prohibit party houses and other similar type uses so that you don't get a large congregation of people.
I have a question mark about that. Are you going to allow them to only rent one room?
No, if an owner-occupant wants to rent a room, so let's say they have a 3-bedroom home, and they have one room, then technically they could rent out 2 rooms.
I will tell you, in my experience, and this is recent, the owner may live there, but they're converting every room in the house to a bedroom, including the dining room, and loading those houses up with people. I just think it's going to be, I appreciate what you guys are trying to do, but it is not enforceable. Sorry. You would have to have a lot of money to enforce it.
All right. I'm sorry, Commissioner Barrett, were you finished with your question?
Well, not yet, no.
Okay.
Going back to the enforcement side, Mr. Jordan, what has been done historically or up to this point for those that have been, in essence, doing it illegally up to this point, or what are we looking at?
Well, first of all, we really haven't gotten many complaints that I'm aware of for short-term rentals because a couple times, you got to keep in mind, a lot of times people will complain, but they don't want to do it. They don't want to give their name. They want to do it anonymously. They don't want to provide anything. And again, it's very, very difficult for us to follow up on those types of things because, we don't have the same powers that the police department does. And even then, they can't just walk into a building. They have to have reasonable cause. And, I'm not a police officer, so I can't tell you all the details. But I got to be honest, I'm not aware of any complaints coming in. Our code enforcement has been aware that we've been working on this for a year, and they have not indicated to me that they're getting lots of complaints. They haven't indicated that they've been following up on anything, and they've been just, if anything, been waiting for this ordinance to be approved themselves. by approving the ordinance, why it's not, we don't live in a perfect world. I wish we could see everything that's going on out there and be able to just go out there and deal with all the people that are not operating properly. But this ordinance does give us a start. It does provide provisions for people to operate legally, and then it also gives us provisions where when people are not operating legally, it gives us provisions say you're out of compliance. It gives us the ability to be able to enforce those things. But having anything in place doesn't mean everybody's just going to cease. They're still going to operate. This is a start to try and bring the industry into some sort of compliance level, and hopefully through time and through the ability to locate those, to maybe force those that are not operating legally to cease. And, one of the things that we've indicated to this industry from the very beginning is that these are residential neighborhoods. And kind of using a Star Trek idea is our primary mode, our primary concern has been to protect the residential neighborhoods. And we've not wanted to see it turn into hotel roads or commercial alley. We want to see that if a short-term rental is operating in a residential area, it operates in such a manner that people don't realize it's a short-term rental, so that people can enjoy their way of life, enjoy the American dream that they have. And so, we're trying to, that's the reason why the ordinance is created the way it is. And hopefully, it'll be a start for us to be able to legalize those that can be legalized and go after those that are operating illegal.
And I'm sorry if I didn't hear the answer or understand it. Did you answer basically the call in that, what are the enforcement? Okay, once we find it with enforcement, do we already have the outline of it, of what they're...
basically what happened once we get a complaint into code enforcement, right?
Yes, we already have provisions in Title V that if people violate Title V, there are provisions for a fine, I think up to $1,000 and 6 months in jail. But also back in May of this year, the City Council actually adopted ordinances for civil penalties. And under that, code enforcement actually has the ability to go out and start issuing civil penalties to individuals who are in violation of the codes and ordinances in the municipal code. And that was something that was in the process long before I even became director, and it probably took a year or two to be able to get that into place. The code enforcement does have some abilities through Title I and I believe Title VIII, and then I'm not sure all the titles off the top of my head to be able to go out there and enforce.
Okay.
And, Commissioner Barrett, I'm sorry, if I can just add, one of the things, too, that it's like any ordinance that we do, we spend a lot of time working on that ordinance, and I think Amy did a very good job in her research and writing of this. But like anything else, we will revisit this, and we will try and figure out, okay, what is working well, what's not working well, and we will come back with an amendment as necessary. And the proof of that is that when we created medical marijuana ordinances back in 2014, we have since come back a couple of times just to retweak that, just to make it a little bit easier to understand, more workable. And so we have done that with that and other ordinances, and we plan on doing the same thing with this one.
Very good. Absolutely. Amy's done a phenomenal job. I think it looks great, and Councilman Black and Barron, I think it's definitely a step in the right direction. And just so that everybody's clear, this is still going to go before City Council, so they can still continue to make tweaks to the ordinances. Am I correct, Mark, that you guys can, between now and when it goes to City Council, you guys can still continue to tweak as far as what the penalties would be and those kinds of things?
Yes, this is a ordinance being presented and recommended by staff to the Planning Commission. After this, depending on your vote, it would go forward to the City Council as a recommendation. Now, keep in mind, we have an ordinance here that's dealing with land use, and I'm a little concerned about starting to put a bunch of enforcement conditions into the land use ordinance. I'm sure we know your concerns, and I'm sure between now and then we can talk to the city attorney's office and talk to them about, our other codes in the municipal code about how we can use those to enforce any violation of these provisions.
Very good. Thank you for answering my questions, both Amy and Mr. Jordan. I think you guys have done a fantastic job. Like I said, I think that this is a step in the right direction. James already mentioned that they're already happening and stuff like that. So this is definitely a positive thing that I think we should support. But go ahead. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Barrett. Anybody else have any other comments before we get into mine?
Yes, can you hear me okay, Ken?
Yeah, go for it, Commissioner Warner.
A couple comments on it. I appreciate Mr. Albert's and Commissioner Barrett's comments on this because I agree with them and I agree with their concerns. I'm a believer in property rights, and a person has a right to utilize and maximize the value of their property.
George, you're breaking up on us.
Okay. Equally important as of a neighbor for quiet enjoyment, as well as equally important as an owner to out of his property. My main concern is the penalties are going to be strong. I'm not worried about the one who's in compliance. I'm worried about the one who's not in compliance. And I think it needs to be a very strong code enforcement, so it's not. The people are not going to want to break the law. It's going to give a fine to them. So that's just my comment. I hope you got part of that.
I think we got the gist. Anybody else have anything they want to add to the record? Commissioner Schoaf, if you're talking, you're on mute. Steve, are you trying to add comments? I can't tell. You look like you're talking, but we can't hear you. All right.
Is it on? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. I have one question. So many questions have been answered right now, but if this comes before an HOA and the HOA denies the applicant, does that mean the city will also deny their business a license and they can't operate in that HOA?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that's a very good question you can ask before. And, the short answer is that, HOAs and CC&Rs are private covenant, and the city doesn't have, we don't have the means to go in and enforce private covenants. And so, unfortunately, you won't like the answer, but if a person came in and they applied for a conditional use permit and they met all the requirements, then, we're bound to approve that item. Now, if it happens to be against the local CC&Rs of that community, then it's really up to the community to enforce their own private conditions. Now, I say that, but keep in mind, to go back to what Commissioner Armstrong, I think, brought up earlier, is that we do have 3 master plan communities in our city: Aliante, Villages at Chili Springs, and Valley Vista. And when those items were approved as part of the development agreement, the city, the applicant, requested that the zoning ordinance be frozen with those development agreements. So, the proposed ordinance that's in front of you today only applies to things that are not part of a development agreement. And if a person were to operate a short-term rental within one of those master plan communities, if your local CC&R said that it was not allowed, or you couldn't run a home-based business or something that, referred to that, we would be able to go in and enforce code, not necessarily the CCNRs, because what we're doing is we're enforcing the provisions of the zoning ordinance that is in place. And that zoning ordinance does not allow short-term rental within those communities. So that's what we would be enforcing, not necessarily the CCNRs, but the zoning ordinance.
I'd like to make a point, if you don't mind.
Well, hey, Jane, was Steve done?
Oh,
I'm done. Go ahead, Jane.
Sorry.
Go for it, Jane.
Even where there's not a homeowners association, there are CCNRs in those communities. They don't have a homeowners association to enforce them. So as an individual, are they going to have to enforce those CCNRs? Or because the majority of these communities have CCNRs, whether they have an HOA or not.
Again, going back, we've never enforced the CCNRs of local communities, and nor do we see them or review them. We're not even aware of the specifics to each community in the city on the CCNRs.
Well, they're public record, but here's I don't want to go on and on, but I think the enforcement is going to be impossible.
So
without funds and a lot of personnel and resources, and I don't know why we would cooperate with an industry that won't cooperate with us.
All right. Any other questions before I go to mine? All right. So I guess my first question is going to be for staff. I guess all my questions are going to be for staff. But is there no way because we have to collect room tax, because they have to collect room taxes on short-term rentals, is there no way to get a record of who's collecting room tax at what property address?
Chairman Kraft, I believe room tax, according to the other entities that are doing short-term rentals at this time, is that basically the operator is required to submit those taxes to the city, and so they don't go out and enforce them. So it's kind of on the good behavior that they're doing that. That if they have the business license, and yes, we would expect them to submit that room tax, but they have to give us the information, and they can lie on that information. So it's really is that they're doing their good deed. So it's really hard to say, whether or not that tax is going to come in.
Okay, so I don't think that's going to necessarily impact my vote, but I'm going to call a little bit of BS on that. If you're going to tell me that the state Board of Taxation is going to go on somebody's good behavior and they're not going to hold Airbnb and VRBO responsible and the people who list them, that strikes me as very... I'm sorry, Steve, can you mute me? Steve. Hey, Steve. Steve, can you mute yourself? Steve, I love gay, but can you please mute?
Chairman Kraft, unfortunately, they have to remit that to the city, and then we pass it through to the other agency. Yeah. They don't submit it directly to them. They submit it to the city, and then we pass it through for them.
Honor code. Okay. All right, that still strikes me as weird, but I guess we'll put a pin in that one. And I want to go back to something I think I heard Mark say, where, again, to your point, this is a land use ordinance, correct? So this is specifically Title 17, and that's where we have purview. Are there corresponding changes that would go to City Council that would then deal with enforcement? Because, again, you don't necessarily want to put enforcement in a land use ordinance, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. There is a corresponding ordinance that is going to the City Council, and that would be an amendment to Title 5. And within Title 5 is where we're going to be putting in some definitions, and I actually don't have it in front of me, the fee that would be part of it, and also as part of Title V, the Good Neighbor brochure, the checklist, the things that Amy's mentioned, they would need to submit those things as part of their business license application, that they've done those requirements. And Title V, too, also, if a person is operating in violation of the standards and they're being a nuisance, Title V actually, I believe, and Andy's in here, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, actually has more enforcement in it where we can actually revoke the business license easier, because right now we don't have anything in Title 17 that allows us to revoke anything. Most of the time things are done through Title V and revoking the business license. An example would be a while back, if you recall, we had a dog training facility in North Las Vegas that was filmed abusing their animals, and as a result, that's clearly a violation of Title VI, which is animal control, and as a result, we were able to turn around and revoke the business license instantly. So we'd probably be using more Title V, I believe, if we had any issues with our short-term rentals not operating in compliance.
Okay, so really what we're saying, again, this is where we need to see, and again, Commissioner Schill, I'm going to ask you to mute your microphone, please. Unless you have further questions, but if you could let me get through.
That should get me in trouble.
And let Kate know she's being recorded.
Yes.
So I think what we need to do here, right, is that, and Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, is what's before us is the land use ordinance. And I'm not trying to steamroll things, but I'm really just trying to keep everybody focused. Is we're talking about a land use ordinance. So this is adding it as a permitted use. I do like the fact that there's no real appeal to us unless there's a weird set of circumstances. So that's a bonus, so that we won't end up with like 75 appeals on a planning commission agenda. So this is really just adding it as a use so that we can start to regulate it and get our arms around it. Enforcement is outside of our purview. If we were the city council, that's a different story, right? But the enforcement of it falls under, sounds like Title V. As well as, so enforcement falls under Title V. Anything that goes with, to sort of Jane's earlier point of, well, they're converting additional rooms into bedrooms. They would have to come in and submit, unless it's a whole house rental. But again, it doesn't change the fact that as a business, licensed business, there's going to be a maximum occupancy. So that person would risk voiding, I would assume, voiding any homeowner's insurance if there was an issue and they exceeded that. But again, that's not anything that's per se in our purview. So that's just me getting preachy. I guess that's all I had. With that, I would, if you have any further questions? No. Okay. So with that, I will, I'm sorry, really tired today. I'll entertain a motion.
I have two last comments. This is Barrett speaking one more time.
Go, sir.
I have been in communication with Councilman Black, and they are aware of enforcement concerns and are addressing them not only with the code enforcement, but as well as with the police department. So hopefully that helps. And then again, my last comment is this is only going to help our situation. I understand people don't like the Airbnbs in general, but they're happening whether we approve this or not. So this is another way to help that they're enforced. And with that, I make a motion to approve this new ordinance.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Barrett to approve. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No.
Sorry.
All right, that vote is 4-2, with Armstrong and Stoff against, Kraft, Greer, Warner, and Barrett for. I hope that helps you, Catherine.
Yes, it helps Marie.
So that item does pass to be forwarded on to City Council.
And the vote has been displayed on the screen.
All right. Wow, folks, that was probably the longest conversation we've had on anything in probably a couple of years. So
it's all for a good cause.
I mean, makes me miss teary-eyed to the good old days. All right, moving on to staff items.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, actually, I really don't have anything else, but I do want to tell you, I do appreciate your questions and the dialogue you have, and I just wanted you to know that, while we work hard on things, I do appreciate your input and everything. I do respect all that. Just wanted you to know that.
Thanks, Mark. All right, commission items. Don't have anything else other than thank you, staff, for all your hard work on getting stuff ready. This was, we had a couple of controversial things this month. It wasn't all cell phone towers and drive-thrus. That's always a good thing. And with that, I will go on to the second and final public forum. Do we have any callers for the second public forum?
We have no callers and no written comment.
And with that, I will go ahead and adjourn. Have a great night, everybody. We'll talk to you next month.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Run, Forrest, run. Don't you wish you were still a Teamsters?
Uh-huh.
I wish I was a Teamsters right about now. Maybe I get a little support. A recognition. Sign out. Yeah. I don't know how we got the free drinks. They must have had 2 left over.
I don't know, but
I thanked him for you.
yeah, I was going to send them an email in the morning.
I sent him an email, yeah. But now I've got like sweet sugar.
Yeah, I can only imagine what my sugar's like, but
It didn't stop you, did it?
No. Nope.
I'm gonna throw it away in a food trash can, not in.
I know. I wasn't going to do it here either.
Yeah. Did you upload?
I'm doing that now.
Well, I just wanted to, so you don't have to come back down tomorrow.
I was going.
I don't know if this is the video cable or whether it's.
I don't know what's going on with that, but like I said, it was flicking.
Cable.
It was flicking for me when I first came down, like it was the black screen.
Yeah.
But when I was doing all the